Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I almost didn't take the job, to be honest. Not for any big reason, I was just tired. And I'd had a weird week. School was annoying. I had cramps, and my mom was on my ass about college apps again. But Mrs. Fairchild texted around 3 that afternoon asking if I could cover for her usual sitter who had the flu or something. It was just one baby, 5 hours tops, and I'd already promised I'd help out if she ever needed someone last minute. I said yes before I could really think about it, just typed, sure, and hit send. The house was in Ravenswood, kind of a quiet, older neighborhood near where my aunt lives. Brick houses, lots of trees, weird little lawn statues. I got there at 6:45. It was already dark out. Mrs. Fairchild answered in that rushed, flustered mom way, one earring in, trying to get the other one on, while also zipping her coat and holding her toddler on one hip. She handed me the diaper bag and a bottle before I could even say hi. "Oh, thank you, you're a lifesaver. Sam just needs to be put down by 8 bottle, then crib. If he cries, give it a minute. He usually settles. Emergency numbers are on the fridge. The landline works, by the way, just in case your phone dies. We should be back before 2. I nodded, said it was no problem. She left smelling like perfume and stress. The house was nice, clean in a way that didn't feel lived in, beige everything. The TV remote was one of those fancy universal ones with 20 buttons, and the couch was one of those deep ones that swallow you whole. I remember thinking, rich people couches always do this. Sam was easy. He kind of blinked at me like, "Who the hell are you?" but didn't cry. I gave him the bottle, rocked him a bit, then put him in his crib upstairs. He rolled over and passed out within minutes. It was kind of eerie how quiet it got. After that, I went back downstairs, made a cup of peppermint tea, they had like 12 kinds, and started scrolling on my phone. I sat on the corner of the couch so I could see the baby monitor, and also the front door, not because I was nervous. It just felt better that way. I didn't even notice the blinking light on the landline base until around 10. You know how some houses still have those cordless phones with the little digital display? This one sat next to the microwave, red light blinking, 1 missed call. I didn't think anything of it. Figured maybe Mrs. Fairchild called to check in but changed her mind. I hit the recent calls button. The missed call was from their own number. I literally laughed out loud like, okay, sure, spooky ghost call. Probably just a glitch. Maybe the system pinged itself or something. I'm not a tech person. Still, I deleted the notification. It bugged me, the blinking. Then I settled back into the couch, half watching a movie I didn't care about. I think it was one of those cheesy rom-coms with fake New York apartments and people falling in love over bagels. Around midnight, I started dozing. You know that half sleep where your phone drops on your chest and wakes you up? That was me. I should have gone upstairs to the guest room, but I didn't want to leave the monitor out of sight. The screen was tiny, black and white, and had this slow 1 frame per second delay. Everything was quiet. Until 1:13. I remember the time exactly because the landline rang, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. It was loud, one of those old school rings that sounds like an alarm bell. I jumped, almost knocked my tea over, and stared at it for a second, trying to decide if I should answer. My heart was going fast for no reason. The screen said the same thing, incoming call home. That gave me pause, like, what? It was the house number again. I picked it up. At first it was just quiet. Not dead air, more like someone was holding the phone but not talking. There was that weird, low hum you only hear on real landlines. I said, "Hello?" Silence. I said it again. "Hello? Is someone there?" And then I swear to God this happened, someone whispered right into the receiver. "Why are you in my chair?" Just like that, calm, like they already knew me, or like they were sitting across the room and didn't want to wake someone up. I hung up. I didn't even respond. My hands were shaking a little and I kept looking around like, okay, what the hell? Is someone messing with me? But I hadn't heard any doors, nothing on the monitor. No movement. Then I thought the monitor. I grabbed it and looked. Sam was still in the crib, curled up with his blanket, totally fine. But in the corner of the screen, just barely in frame, was the living room. And there was a chair. An armchair I hadn't really noticed before, in the far side of the room near the bookshelves. There was someone sitting in it. I don't know how to explain this. The figure was tall, not like cartoonishly tall, just wrong for the chair. Knees bent too high, arms resting weird. They were facing away from the monitor, so all I could see was the back of their head and shoulders. They weren't moving. I stared for a full 30 seconds, just trying to make sense of it. My first thought was maybe it's a jacket or something, maybe something piled weird in the chair. I tapped the monitor. I stood up and turned toward the chair in real life. Empty. No one there. But when I looked back at the monitor, they were still sitting in it, facing away, perfectly still. And that's when I started to feel it in my body, like my skin didn't fit right, like I shouldn't be in this house at all. I backed into the kitchen without taking my eyes off the monitor. My legs felt weird, like they were buzzing. I didn't even have a plan, just moved. Then the landline rang again. Same number. Same screen. Home. I didn't pick up that time. I just watched the phone ring and ring while that figure sat in the chair, unmoving, on a screen that said everything was fine. I didn't answer the second call. I just stood there in the kitchen like an idiot, breathing through my nose and trying not to throw up. The monitor was still in my hand. That grainy little screen showed the same thing, the baby asleep upstairs, and that figure still in the chair, not moving, not doing anything. Just sitting there, facing the back of the room like this was their house, not mine. No, not mine, not even my house. That thought hit me like a slap. I didn't live here. I didn't know this house. I didn't know the layout beyond the 2 rooms I'd been in. I didn't even know if they had an alarm system or a basement. I didn't know if that chair was supposed to be empty. I hadn't paid attention earlier. I didn't know anything. And I sure as hell didn't know who could have been calling from inside the house. The landline finally stopped ringing. It was weirdly loud when the silence came back. I could hear the fridge humming and the clock ticking above the microwave and my own heartbeat behind my ears. I looked at the screen again, still there, still in the chair. I don't know why I didn't call the police right then. I should have, but my brain was doing that thing where it tries to protect you by pretending things make sense. Like maybe it was a weird shadow. Maybe there was a delay or a glitch or God, I don't even know. I opened the Find My iPhone app and shared my location with my best friend, just in case. I didn't text her or anything. I figured if I went missing, at least someone would have a head start. Then I slowly crept toward the living room. I stayed close to the wall, keeping the monitor angled in front of me. It was such a bizarre feeling knowing I was looking into the room on screen while also being in it, like I was seeing two versions at once. One empty, one not. I took 3 steps into the living room. The chair was empty. I don't mean like now it looked empty. I mean it was literally empty. Nothing in it. Just a plain, high-backed armchair with a throw blanket over one side. The monitor still showed the figure, but I was staring at the chair in real life, and it was not there. I felt dizzy. That's the best word I've got. Like my sense of balance went off. Like the world had tilted a little, just enough to make me question if I was awake. I backed out, fast. Ran upstairs, 2 steps at a time. Sam was still asleep. The nursery smelled like baby powder and something faintly sweet, maybe that lavender lotion moms always use. I stood there for a minute, just watching his chest rise and fall, like if I could confirm he was okay, then I could be okay too. But the monitor still showed the chair, still showed the thing in it. That's when I finally texted someone, my friend Kenzie. I typed, "I'm babysitting. Something's off. Can I call?" No reply. I checked the time, 1:23 in the morning. I sat on the edge of the guest bed, holding the monitor like it was a weapon. I kept waiting for it to go back to normal, for the figure to disappear or turn or move. It didn't. 10 minutes passed. 15. Then I heard a sound that made my blood go cold. No, sorry, not doing that. Let me try again. I heard a sound that made my body react before my brain did. Like all my muscles tensed at once. My ears rang. I felt pressure in my throat. It was breathing. Not mine, not the baby's. It was coming from the baby monitor speaker. Just this low, raspy inhale and exhale, like someone was standing right next to the mic, not talking, not sighing, just breathing. I muted it instantly. I don't even remember doing it, my thumb just moved on its own. I pressed the volume all the way down until it clicked. And that's when the monitor screen cut to static. Like full white noise fuzz, the kind you see in old horror movies. I actually said out loud, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Then swear on my life it blinked back on. And the chair was empty. I stared at it for a long time, trying to tell if anything had changed. The baby was still asleep. Everything looked the same, but I was shaking now, my whole body. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck. I decided I wasn't staying in that room. I picked up Sam real careful, trying not to wake him, and took him downstairs. The living room was still empty, or looked like it. I didn't check the chair again. I set him down in the playpen by the kitchen, and pulled my phone out. That's when I noticed I had no service. 0 bars, not even Wi-Fi. That freaked me out more than anything so far, because I'd had full bars earlier. I'd been on TikTok, I'd texted Kenzie, and now it just said no service, like I'd stepped into some kind of dead zone. I tried restarting my phone. Nothing. I picked up the landline. It was still on, still had a dial tone. But as I held it, I noticed something. There was a call in progress. I hadn't made any calls. I put it to my ear. Breathing. Not labored, not frantic, just slow, steady, close. I hung up. My hands were sweating so bad I could barely hold the receiver. I went to the front door. Still locked, chain on, deadbolt secure. Kitchen windows? Locked. Back door? Locked. I tried telling myself it had to be a technical issue, like maybe the line got crossed with another house. Maybe there was a neighbor on the same frequency. Is that even a thing? I don't know. I was trying so hard to be rational and it wasn't working. I picked up Sam again. He stirred a little but didn't wake up. I sat on the floor next to the fridge, with my back against the cabinet, just holding him. I stayed like that for a while, at least 20 minutes. Then I heard it. The chair creaked. From the other room. Just once. Like someone adjusting their weight. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't even look at the monitor. I just held Sam tighter and waited for morning. I don't know how long I stayed like that, sitting on the cold tile floor with the baby in my lap and the fridge humming behind me. It felt like hours, but it was probably less. I remember the tile pressing into my skin through my leggings. I remember Sam's little hand curled around my hoodie string. I remember trying to blink without making noise. The chair had definitely creaked. It wasn't the house settling. I'd heard the difference. This was short, heavy, like someone shifting in their seat. I didn't even try to check the monitor again. I kept telling myself to be smart, to stay still, to wait it out. But my brain wouldn't stop offering me worst-case scenarios like a playlist I couldn't pause. What if someone was living in the walls? What if they were watching me? What if they'd been waiting for the Fairchilds to leave? My stomach turned. I hadn't eaten since lunch, a stale vending machine sandwich and half a Snapple. My mouth was dry and I felt like I'd been holding my breath since the first call. Then, out of nowhere, the power flickered. Just once. Lights dimmed, that soft humming dip, then back. And the baby monitor, which had been dead quiet, suddenly popped back on with a loud crackle of static. I almost dropped Sam. He jerked a little in my arms, but didn't wake up, just gave a soft baby grunt and turned his face into my hoodie. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the monitor. I didn't want to know what was on it. I couldn't. My heart was doing this fast, fluttery thing that made my fingers go numb. I know how this sounds. I do, like I'm making it up, like I'm trying to scare people on Reddit at 3 a.m. But this happened. I still think about it every night. I still have dreams where the chair creaks, and I wake up convinced someone's standing in my closet. Anyway, eventually I decided to move, not because I was brave, but because I couldn't feel my legs anymore, and Sam was starting to get heavy. I carried him back upstairs. This time I brought a kitchen knife. I don't even know why. I remember thinking, I won't use this, but it still made me feel like I had a tiny bit of control. Like if someone came out of the wall, at least I'd have something. I got to the nursery, shut the door, and locked it. Set Sam in his crib, sat down in the rocking chair next to him and pulled the monitor out of my hoodie pocket. The screen was normal again. Empty chair. No figure, no shadow. Just the living room, lit by the soft glow from the TV screen, which I'd forgotten to turn off. The remote was still on the couch, volume low, just enough to cast that weird moving light flicker into the room. The longer I watched, the more I felt like I'd imagined it. Like maybe the figure really was a coat or a pile of blankets, and I was just overtired. I wanted to believe that so bad it hurt. Then something changed. I didn't see it at first. I noticed it by the light. The TV flicker, that soft blue glow, had been moving across the empty living room like it does in any house when it's the only thing on. Now it wasn't. Now it was blocked. Something tall, out of frame, was casting a shadow across the room. It moved slowly, left to right, like someone standing just off camera had walked between the TV and the monitor. I felt this deep, sick heat spread in my chest, like nausea mixed with fear, like my body had just figured out it wasn't safe, and my brain was lagging behind. I pressed mute on the monitor again, just in case. I didn't want to hear breathing. I didn't want to hear anything. I sat there in the dark nursery, hands shaking, trying to think of what to do. Call the cops? Using the landline? Sure. But what if he was still on the other line? Go outside? I didn't have the Fairchild's keys. I didn't know the alarm code. And the last time I checked, the front door had been locked from the inside. I texted Kenzie again. Please check your location, Cher. I'm still here. Something's not right. Still no response. No service. I opened the window in the nursery and leaned out, just to see if I could maybe yell for help or climb down if I had to. Their backyard was empty. Faint streetlight glow off to the left. A light breeze. Nothing out of place. Except the basement window. It was open. Just a crack. Just wide enough. I backed away fast, hit my elbow on the crib. Sam stirred again but didn't wake up. My eyes were burning now, and I realized I was crying. I don't cry easily, not when I'm scared, but this was different. This was wrong. That's when I made a choice. I went to the nursery closet, pulled open the door, and crawled inside with the baby monitor, the knife, and Sam wrapped in a blanket. It wasn't bravery. It was just the only thing that made sense. We were upstairs. We were locked in. If someone else was in the house, I'd rather be in a tiny space I could defend than sitting out in the open like bait. I know it sounds dramatic. I know that. But I've never been more sure that something was watching us. And the worst part, I never heard footsteps. No doors opened. Nothing crashed or moved. It was the silence that got louder. That's how I knew I wasn't imagining it. That's how I knew we weren't alone. I don't know if you've ever hidden in a closet, but it's not like in movies. It's not dramatic. It's cramped and dusty and uncomfortable in ways you don't even think about, like how your back starts to cramp because you can't sit up straight, or how the air gets warm from your own breath. And you start to smell things: old fabric, the sharp tang of dust, the faint baby powder from Sam's blanket, the weird plastic smell from the monitor. I sat like that for what felt like an hour. My legs were folded up under me, and Sam was sleeping in my lap, one little fist curled into my stomach. The knife was still in my hand, blade pointed down, like I'd seen in some self-defense video, but it felt stupid, heavy and dumb. I didn't know how to use it. I'd never even cut a steak with one this sharp. The monitor was on, but I kept it tilted down so the screen wouldn't light up the closet. I only looked at it in short glances. The image hadn't changed: empty living room, chair sitting perfectly still. I should have felt better. I didn't. The silence was the worst part. It was so thick I could hear my own heartbeat, like it was coming through the walls. And I kept thinking, if he's still in the house, where is he now? I started playing out every possible explanation, not to calm myself down, but because my brain wouldn't stop. Maybe it was a squatter, someone living in the attic or basement. Maybe it was an ex-boyfriend of the Fairchilds, or a relative, or some creep who knew their schedule. Or maybe, and this one stuck in my head, maybe it was none of those things. Maybe it was just something that came with the house, like mold or radon gas, something that didn't care who lived here. I don't know when I started crying again. I didn't make noise. I just felt the tears come and my nose started to run. I wiped it on my sleeve. I don't even think I was crying out of fear anymore. It was just this deep, hollow feeling like I wasn't supposed to be here, like I'd accidentally stepped into someone else's nightmare. And then the closet door creaked. Not wide, just a few inches. But I hadn't touched it. I froze, my whole body just locked up. Even Sam tensed a little in his sleep. I stared at the gap between the door and the frame. It was dark outside the closet, darker than it had been before. And I knew someone was out there. You know how people say, "I felt a presence"? I always thought that was fake, dramatic. But I swear to you, I felt it. Not like air pressure or temperature. It was like gravity. Like something was standing just beyond the door, pulling at me, heavy and silent. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I waited. The door didn't open more. No footsteps, no movement. Just that crack of space. Like it was watching me back. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Long enough that my legs went totally numb and I couldn't feel my feet anymore. Long enough that my hands stopped shaking and just started hurting from gripping the knife too tight. Eventually I had to shift. My hip was cramping so bad I felt nauseous. As soon as I moved, the baby monitor, which had been dead silent, made a sound. Just a beep, one single beep, like a battery warning. But it was loud in that tiny closet, loud enough that Sam stirred and gave a soft little whimper. I held my breath again. Waited. Still nothing. I glanced down at the screen, and that's when I saw it. The chair was empty, again, but now the monitor angle had changed. It wasn't where I'd left it. The camera had moved. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I did. The angle was slightly lower, tilted a few degrees to the right, like someone had picked it up and set it back down just a little differently. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I just watched that chair, waiting for it to do something, anything, because now I wasn't afraid of what was in the house. I was afraid of where it was. I wanted to check the hallway, just crack the closet door a little more, just see. But I didn't. Not until I heard the sound. It wasn't loud. Just this faint scrape, like fabric brushing against wood, like someone standing up from the chair. Then another sound, closer, too close. A breath. Outside the door. Low and steady. It didn't sound human. It wasn't raspy or harsh. It was almost mechanical, like someone trying to mimic breathing. I reached out slowly and grabbed the closet doorknob. Not to open it, I just needed to hold it. Needed to feel something solid. My hand was slick with sweat. I remember thinking, please let it be over. Please just let this stop. I'll never babysit again. I'll never come back here. Just let me go home. Then the breathing stopped. Completely. And something tapped the closet door. Just once. Like a knuckle, light, measured. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Sam whimpered again in his sleep, and I put my hand over his back, just barely touching him. He felt warm, real, like the only real thing left in the house. The monitor screen flickered again. For a split second, less than a second, it showed something. Not the chair. Not the living room. It showed a face. Up close, lit from below, eyes wide, smiling too hard. Then static. I threw the monitor across the closet without meaning to. It hit the wall and shut off. The knock came again. Twice this time. Softer. Almost playful. I was shaking so bad I couldn't hold the knife anymore. It slipped from my hand and landed with a muffled clink on the closet floor. I knew if I didn't move, if I didn't do something, I was going to lose it completely. So I did the only thing I could think of. I started singing. Quietly. A lullaby I remembered from when my little cousin used to scream through the night. Just something soft and steady to keep Sam calm, to keep me calm. The knocking stopped, but I kept singing anyway. And then finally I heard it. A key in the front door. The sound of the lock turning. Someone stepping inside. I didn't believe it at first. The sound of the key turning in the front door was so normal, so casual, like none of the last 2 hours had happened. Like this wasn't the same house where something had whispered to me through a landline or tapped twice on the closet door. But I heard it. Metal, deadbolt, then the creak of the door opening. Footsteps. Soft, rubber-soled, not heavy boots, not barefoot padding, just normal shoes. I couldn't tell how many. It sounded like one person. I didn't know what to do. I thought about screaming, just yelling help and hoping to God it wasn't whoever had been in the chair. But what if it was? What if they had a key? What if they wanted me to react? I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Sam was still sleeping in my lap, but just barely. I could feel his little body shifting, legs twitching like he was dreaming. I held him tighter, trying not to shake. The front door clicked shut. Then I heard voices. Low, fast, muffled by the walls. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't sound threatening. More like someone whispering directions. I strained to hear. I pressed my ear against the closet door, even though my whole body screamed at me not to. A woman's voice. Then a man. I didn't move, not until I heard it, Mrs. Fairchild's voice. I recognized it right away. "Where is she?" she asked. Urgent, not panicked. "She's not answering her texts. Something's wrong." I flung the closet door open so fast, it slammed into the wall. "Up here," I shouted. My voice cracked halfway through. "I'm up here." I heard feet pounding the stairs, and then they were there, Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild, both wide-eyed, both in their dress clothes. She dropped her purse on the floor and rushed past me into the nursery, arms out for her son. "Oh my God," she said, breathless. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I didn't answer right away. I think I just started crying again. Like full-body crying, that shaking, silent kind where everything comes out at once and you're just glad someone else is there now. Mrs. Fairchild scooped Sam up and held him to her chest. He was fully awake now, blinking sleepily and rubbing his face against her shoulder. Mr. Fairchild crouched next to me, one hand on my arm. "Hey," he said, "talk to me. What happened?" I tried. I really did. But it came out in pieces, broken up sentences. Stuff like, "There was someone in the chair. The phone rang. It was from here. It was your number. The monitor moved. I didn't touch it." Mrs. Fairchild turned to look at her husband. "Call the police," she said. "Now." He nodded and pulled out his phone. I noticed his hands were shaking too, just slightly. She helped me up off the floor and into the hallway. My legs barely worked. Everything felt weirdly soft, like walking on carpet, even though I wasn't. She sat me down on the guest bed and asked me again gently what had happened. I told her as much as I could without sounding completely insane. I left out the breathing, the knock, the face on the monitor. I didn't have the energy to make sense of those parts, and honestly, I wasn't sure they were real. They felt like dreams, like something my brain invented to fill in the blanks. But the chair, that was real. The landline calls, real. The figure on the monitor, real. Mrs. Fairchild didn't say much while I talked, just nodded slowly, eyes moving around the room like she was trying to match my words to the house she knew. The police showed up 15 minutes later. 2 officers, one older guy and one who looked maybe 25 tops. They did the usual, asked questions, checked the locks, walked the perimeter. One of them even climbed down into the basement to make sure no one was hiding. They didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no tampered cameras. And yeah, the baby monitor was one of those Wi-Fi ones with a tilt feature, but Mrs. Fairchild swore she had the app turned off. She said it had been unplugged from her phone since their last update. They tried to reassure me, told me it was probably a prank. Maybe the previous sitter messing around with access to the camera. Maybe a crossed line on the landline. I didn't argue. I just sat on the guest bed with the blanket pulled around me and nodded until they stopped talking. They left around 3:30. I didn't go home right away. I couldn't. Mrs. Fairchild offered to drive me, but I told her I needed a few minutes first. She made me tea chamomile with honey and sat across from me in the kitchen while Sam napped upstairs. The chair was still there in the living room, empty, perfectly still. I couldn't stop staring at it. "Did it look like that when you saw it?" she asked me quietly. I nodded, then shook my head. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't look at it earlier. I wasn't paying attention. But the person, or whatever it was, they were sitting in it, like they belonged there." She didn't say anything after that. She just reached out and put her hand over mine. When I finally got home, I sat on my bedroom floor for a full hour with the lights on. I didn't want to get in bed. I didn't want to close my eyes. I didn't want to see that chair in my dreams. I checked my phone. Kenzie had finally texted back. I just saw your location. Are you okay?" I stared at it for a while, then typed back, "No, but I'm home. I haven't babysat since. Not because I'm scared exactly, but because something changed in me that night. Something about how I see houses, empty rooms, chairs left facing the wrong direction. Sometimes I'll be at a friend's place, and I'll glance at the baby monitor, just a glance, and I'll get this chill that feels like static in my veins. Not because I see anything, but because I know how easy it is not to. It took me a while to feel like a normal person again. That night didn't end with a headline or a police chase or even a real explanation. It just ended. I went home, got in the shower with my clothes still on, and sat on the floor until the water went cold. Then I curled up in bed with the lights on and didn't fall asleep until the sun came up. The next few days were a blur. People I hadn't talked to in months started texting me when they saw my post on Reddit, the first version of this, the one I almost deleted a dozen times before hitting publish. They all wanted to know what really happened, as if I'd been holding something back, like I was sitting on a secret ending. But this is it. This is all of it. I didn't make any of it up. There was never a face I could identify, no monster to describe, no solid figure I could draw or explain. It wasn't like that. It was worse, honestly. It was vague and quiet and real in a way that doesn't give you closure. It just sits inside you and echoes. A week later, I got a voicemail from Mrs. Fairchild. Her voice was calm, maybe too calm. She said she hoped I was doing okay, that Sam kept asking for me, which I doubt, he was barely verbal, and that they were grateful for how I handled things that night. Then she said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "We had the house rekeyed, and we're getting rid of the chair," she said. "I think it's time." I played that part back 4 times. Getting rid of the chair. That was the first moment I realized something maybe they'd known, or maybe not known exactly, but felt it, the way people feel when a room is colder than the rest of the house, or when the same dream keeps waking them up at the same time every night. I don't think the Fairchilds were lying to me. I think they were just doing what most people do, not looking too closely, not asking questions they didn't want answered. I never called her back. I thought about it. I wrote out a long message once, thanking her for the tea, for calling the cops, for not making me feel crazy. but I never sent it. I think I just wanted to put distance between me and that house, that chair, that night. I still check baby monitors when I'm over at people's places. It's automatic now, even if they're turned off, even if I'm just walking past the screen. I always look for movement. A figure. Anything in a chair. It's been almost a year since it happened. I haven't talked about it out loud since then. Even writing this now, I feel like I'm reopening a door I shut for a reason. But it's been in my head all week, so maybe if I write it out properly, like really finish it, I'll stop thinking about it when I'm trying to fall asleep. A few months ago, I got curious and searched for the address on a public records site. The house was still listed, still owned by the Fairchilds. No police reports since the one I was part of. No 911 calls, no break-ins, just silence. I did find something else, though. An old listing from when they first bought the place with pictures. Most were boring. Kitchen, bathroom, yard. You know the type. But one of the last photos caught my eye. It was the living room. Before they moved in. Empty, except for one piece of furniture someone had left behind. The chair. Same one. Same spot. It was already there. I don't know why that rattled me so much. I think maybe because it meant the chair didn't belong to the Fairchilds. They didn't buy it. They didn't choose it. They inherited it just like I had in a way. Just like anyone might, if they weren't paying attention. I saved the photo. Sometimes I look at it to remind myself that I didn't imagine any of this, that there was something wrong, even if no one ever proved it, even if it never happened again. It happened once. That's enough. I've started babysitting again. Not a lot, not overnight, and never in houses that feel too quiet. I set rules for myself: no older houses, no basements, no landlines. If a family has an old school monitor or a camera system I don't understand, I just politely decline. Sorry, I'm booked, I'll say. Try someone else. I'm not paranoid. I just know better now. I know how close things can get without you seeing them. I know how easy it is to mistake silence for safety. And I know how one tiny detail, like a call from the house phone or a chair facing the wrong way, can be the thread that unravels everything. I still think about that whisper sometimes. Why are you in my chair? It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was confused. Like I'd broken a rule I didn't know existed. Like I was the intruder. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still in that house, if it's moved on to someone else, if the new sitter, assuming they ever hired another, felt the chair creak, or heard breathing in the monitor, or picked up the phone and listened to something wait on the other end. I hope not, but I'm not betting on it. All I know is that I got out, and I never sat in that chair again. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email, no intake form, nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with the cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elclens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened without my knowing it stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again, same thing, one ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case, same result. I searched again for the website, still gone, cleared my history, tried incognito, nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter, no profile picture, no friends, no public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House Sadie 6. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom. Nothing new, nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera. One of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin, her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was, not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident, then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax. Told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved, just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there, but it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, the way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved. Not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again. Back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again, the spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face, right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go. But I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped, said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now, but we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 in the morning when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway, just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. Not a deadbolt and inside latch, something that could only be opened from the inside even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank. No history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, Every time, every detail. A full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, Cleaner Assault Report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved. Just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From @LClients28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, "Yes, I know you know." And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner, I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there, close, hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over. That I wasn't scared anymore. That whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it. The timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places, a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app. took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference. All right, I wasn't planning on posting this. I wrote it down in my notes app just to get it out of my head, but it's been a week and I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe if I share it, I'll stop waiting for those footsteps every night. So, I moved into a house in Norfolk about a month ago. It's old, like legitimately old, over 200 years, according to the paperwork. One of those narrow stone houses with warped floors and a staircase that groans like it's in pain. I bought it cheap, which should have been a red flag. But I was just trying to get out of London, and I've always wanted a place with history. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. First 2 weeks were fine, dusty, a little drafty, but fine. I worked on stripping wallpaper, fixing up the kitchen, minor stuff. I hadn't even touched the attic. The previous owner left it bolted shut, and I figured I'd get around to it once everything downstairs was sorted. Then the light started flickering in the hallway one night. I thought it was just bad wiring. It's an old house. I grabbed a stepladder and went to check the fixture, and that's when I noticed it, the square outline in the ceiling, a pull-down hatch I hadn't seen before. I tugged it open. Dust rained down. A folded ladder swung out. I climbed up, half expecting to find dead mice or broken antiques. What I found instead was a trunk. Big, wooden, like something out of a pirate movie. It was tucked in the far corner, covered in an inch of dust, like it hadn't been touched in decades. No lock, just a rusted latch. I opened it. Inside was a projector. One of those crank-powered ones, metal, heavy, with a small lens at the front. No brand I recognized. It came with a single reel of film already loaded on. I should have left it there, but I didn't. I brought it down to the living room, set it up on the coffee table, and plugged it in using a converter cord I had for old tech. I don't even know why I had it. Just one of those random drawer items you never think you'll need. The projector whirred to life like it had been waiting. No struggle, no delay. Just a smooth, steady hum like it was built yesterday. I pointed it at the wall and turned off the lights. The footage started. Black and white, grainy, silent. It showed someone walking through a house. At first I didn't recognize it. Just old floorboards, wallpaper, some faded furniture. Then I saw the hallway. It was my hallway. The same crooked banister, same uneven floor tile. The person you never saw their face walked slowly, steadily, like they were checking each room. Not in a dramatic way, just methodical, like they were counting the walls. They went into the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, then up the stairs. And that's when I saw it for sure, the painting above the staircase, the one I bought from a charity shop 2 weeks ago, hanging right there in the film. This wasn't old footage. This wasn't some historical record. This was now. I sat up straighter. My mouth went dry. I told myself maybe someone had been here before I moved in. Maybe a previous tenant had set this up as a prank or something. But the person kept moving. They went into the bedroom. My bedroom. The bed had my sheets on it, my duvet cover, even the hoodie I'd tossed on the corner earlier that day. The person walked to the foot of the bed and stopped. That's it. They just stood there, not moving, not breathing, just watching. I reached for the crank to rewind the film, thinking maybe it looped or glitched or something, but before I could touch it, the image flickered. The reel kept going. Only now, the camera angle had changed. It wasn't following the person anymore. It was from their perspective, standing at the foot of the bed, looking down, straight at the sheets, straight at the hoodie, straight at where I'd be if I were in bed right then. And even though the footage was black and white, I swear I saw it the faintest shape under the blanket. Something breathing. That's when I shut it off. I yanked the plug. The projector made this horrible mechanical wheeze like it didn't want to stop. But it did. I sat there in the dark for a few seconds, trying to breathe. Then I heard it. Footsteps. From upstairs. Not fast. Not stomping. Just slow, careful, like someone didn't want to be heard. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a floor lamp, and crept up the stairs, heart hammering. I opened the bedroom door. No one there. No movement. But the hoodie? It was gone. I searched the whole room, the closet, under the bed, nothing. And when I went back downstairs, the projector was gone too. Just gone. No sound, no door opening, nothing. But the weirdest part, the attic hatch was closed again. Bolted. Like I'd never opened it. I didn't sleep that night. Didn't even try. I sat on the couch with every light in the house on, staring at the ceiling like it might blink first. Every creak made me jump. I kept thinking I'd hear the attic hatch pull open again, or worse, hear that old projector whirring back to life in another room. But nothing happened. Morning came like it always does, slow, uncaring, too bright. And just like that, the house was back to normal, quiet, still, like none of it had happened. I got up and checked everything again. The attic ladder was bolted tight like before. I even tried yanking it open to prove to myself I hadn't dreamed the whole thing, but it didn't budge. I would have had to remove the screws to get it down. That didn't sit right with me. I checked the living room too. The projector, the reel gone, not misplaced, not tucked under the coffee table. Just gone, like it had never existed. I kept waiting for the usual explanations to kick in. Maybe I'd had some kind of sleep episode. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But there was one thing I couldn't shake. The hoodie. It was still missing. I searched the whole house, closets, laundry basket, even behind the radiator where things sometimes fall. It wasn't anywhere. And it wasn't just any hoodie either. It was this dark green one with a bleach stain on the sleeve. You don't lose something like that. That's when I stopped pretending this was all in my head. I thought about calling someone, telling a friend, but what would I even say? Hey, remember how I bought that old house? Well, turns out the attic had a film projector that showed someone watching me sleep, and now my clothes are disappearing. Thoughts? So I did nothing. I went to work. I answered emails. I pretended like I wasn't checking over my shoulder every few minutes. But that night, it happened again. Around 10:30, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it. A click. Upstairs. Soft, barely there, but definitely real. I stepped into the hallway and looked up. The attic hatch was open. Not fully, just a few inches enough that I could see the darkness behind it. No ladder down this time, just the space. I should have called someone. I should have left. But instead, I grabbed a flashlight and climbed up on a chair to peek through the opening. There was something up there. Not a person. Just the trunk. Back where I first found it. The lid was shut. I climbed up into the attic, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Every step felt like a dare. I reached the trunk and opened it. Empty. No projector. No film. Just dust and air. I turned to go back down, and that's when I saw it. The hoodie, laid out on the floor. Folded, like someone had been keeping it safe for me. It wasn't dusty. It wasn't wrinkled. It looked freshly washed. I picked it up, half expecting something to crawl out from underneath, but there was nothing. Just fabric. I brought it back downstairs and left it on the kitchen table. Didn't touch it again that night. When I woke up the next morning, it was gone again. And this time, I didn't bother looking. That day, I went into town and bought a motion sensor camera. One of those cheap ones people use to watch pets when they're not home. It connects to your phone, sends alerts when it sees movement. I set it up in the hallway, pointed toward the attic hatch. That night, I left all the lights off, sat on the couch, just waited. At exactly 1:30 in the morning, my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I pulled up the app. The feed showed the attic hatch open. Same as before, not wide, just enough to be wrong. No person. No ladder. Just darkness above and the faintest shape at the edge of the frame. It looked like a shoulder, or maybe a shadow of one. And then the feed cut out. Not glitched cut, like someone had turned it off. When I got upstairs, the hatch was shut again. The camera was unplugged, neatly, like it had been done by hand. I stood there in the hallway for a long time, trying not to breathe too loud. That's when I realized something. The attic wasn't just a place. It was acting like a camera, like it recorded things and then replayed them. But it didn't use tape. It used the house. The stairs creaked in the same pattern, same rhythm, like footsteps being run through again. Sometimes I'd hear the floorboards settle even when I wasn't walking, like the space remembered, like it was playing me back to myself. That thought made me feel sick. So I did what any normal person would do. I made tea, sat on the couch, tried to watch something dumb and loud to drown it all out. Then I saw movement in the mirror above the TV. Not behind me, above me. The attic hatch was opening again. I stared at the mirror without blinking. I didn't move. The attic hatch was opening again. I wasn't even looking at it directly, I just saw it in the reflection above the TV, that square of darkness spreading wider. The edges soft, like the house didn't want me to notice right away. I stood up slowly. Didn't grab anything this time. No flashlight, no chair. Just walked toward the stairs like I was being pulled. Halfway up, I stopped. The hatch was open all the way now. Not a single sound had come from it. No creak, no thud, just open. I stared at it for a long time. There's something about open spaces that aren't supposed to be open. They make your brain panic in a quiet way, like you're not sure whether to look or run. Your instincts can't decide. I climbed the last few steps, looked straight up. Nothing looked different. Same square hole in the ceiling, same darkness, but I could feel it. Not cold air, not heat, just presence. Something there, watching. I stood under it for probably 5 minutes. Then I went back down, slowly, turned on every light, locked the doors. I sat in the kitchen with a pen and notebook and wrote one sentence over and over. You are in the house. I am in the house. I don't know why I wrote that. I just needed to make it real. That night, I dreamed of film running without sound, endless loops, a hallway stretching longer and longer, a bedroom where the door never closes. The film burned out halfway through, but the projector kept turning, and in the dark I could hear breathing right next to me. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor just inside the attic hatch. It was closed. No ladder, no chair. Just me, face down on the upstairs landing, dust on my hands. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid. I didn't remember climbing up. Didn't remember anything. I stayed on the floor for a long time, trying to figure out how far things had gone. The hoodie showed up again that afternoon. Same bleach stain on the sleeve. Laid across the foot of my bed like someone had folded it there neatly while I was out. I didn't touch it. I called a locksmith. Told him I wanted the attic sealed, not just locked, sealed. He came by the next day, gave me a weird look when I showed him the hatch, but didn't ask questions. Installed a steel latch, 2 new brackets, and a sensor that chirped if it opened more than a few inches. He left around 5. I felt better for about 3 hours. At 8:43 p.m., the sensor chirped. Just once. I froze. Then another chirp. I opened the app on my phone that came with the device. It showed the hatch had been opened to exactly 6 inches. Then closed again. I checked the attic myself. No sign of tampering. The latch was still there. But the floor under the hatch? It had dust marks. Like bare feet had stood there. And in the middle of the hallway, directly under the attic entrance, was the projector. Back from wherever it had gone. This time, it wasn't plugged in. The crank was wound. And the reel? Already turning. I stood there for a long time before I could make myself look at the wall. The footage was playing against the white paint above the stairwell. It was the hallway. This hallway. The one I was standing in. Live, but not live. Someone walking slowly toward the hatch. Not me. A different figure. Taller, leaner, same pace every time, like it had memorized the steps. It stopped underneath the hatch. Looked up. That was when I realized the footage was from above a camera angle I'd never seen before. Looking down from inside the attic, watching the figure approach. The reel slowed. Started reversing. Backwards steps, backwards motion. Then stopped again. New footage. Me. Standing where I was now. Same clothes. Same socks. Same pen mark on my wrist from writing earlier. And behind me, just at the edge of the frame, a second shadow. Not touching me. Not speaking. Just watching me from behind. I turned around fast. No one there. The film burned out. The reel spun dry. And the projector clicked once. Then stopped. I didn't touch it. I didn't rewind it. I didn't even breathe loud. I went downstairs and stayed up until sunrise with the windows open and all the lights on. The projector was gone again by morning. But there was something else waiting for me. Inside my fridge, a single roll of undeveloped film, wrapped in black tape. No label. No note. I didn't open it. Not yet. I left the roll of film in the fridge for 2 days. Every time I opened the door, it was there, same shelf, same spot. I kept thinking maybe it would disappear like the projector had, but it didn't. It just sat there, like it was waiting for me to admit that it belonged. On the 3rd day, I finally took it out. It was cold. The tape wrapped around it had no writing, no marks, just matte black and sealed tight. I stood at the kitchen table for a long time, turning it over in my hand, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do with it. I don't own a camera that takes film, never have. I didn't even know if there were places in town that developed it anymore. But part of me knew the film wasn't meant for a shop. It was meant for me. I wrapped it in a paper towel and left it in the kitchen drawer, out of sight, but not far. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Not because I was scared of what might happen, but because I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what it showed. The house stayed quiet that night. Too quiet. No footsteps. No attic creaking. No projector. Which almost made it worse. Like the silence wasn't peace, it was restraint. A held breath. A pause between lines. Around midnight, I started hearing something new. A clicking. Soft, rhythmic. I thought it was in the walls at first, or the pipes, but when I pressed my ear to the floor, I realized it was coming from the attic. Not footsteps. Not film. The sound of something turning over and over again like a crank. I didn't go up. Didn't need to. The projector wasn't up there. It was in the house now. It didn't need a room. It had one. Me. The clicking stopped around 3 a.m. Not abruptly. It just faded. Like the house was slowly winding down. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamed I was walking through my own house, following the sound of something recording, not playing, recording. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The doors were too tall. Every time I looked behind me, the wall had changed color slightly, like I was being filmed on different reels, different versions of the same story. At the end of the hallway was the attic hatch. Open. But when I looked up, I wasn't looking into the attic. I was looking into a different house. Older, dustier. Same layout, different era. There was someone inside it. Not watching me. Filming me. Through the floor. I woke up with a headache and the taste of dust in my mouth. I went straight to the kitchen. Opened the drawer. Unwrapped the film. The tape peeled away too easily, no resistance, like it had been opened and resealed before. I held the reel up to the window, just to see. Most of it was too dark to make out, but a few frames caught the light. They weren't old photos. They weren't blurry. They were recent, modern, in color. The kitchen, my kitchen. Same mug on the counter. Same groceries on the table. Same crack in the tile by the sink. And in the middle of the frame, me. Back turned, making tea. Shot from above. I didn't move for a long time. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. Just stared at the frame, holding it by the edges, like it might burn me. It didn't make sense. I live alone. I always lock my doors. But there I was, photographed like I was part of a collection. I stuffed the reel back in the drawer, grabbed my keys, and left the house without even changing clothes. Drove aimlessly for over an hour. Didn't stop until I hit the coast, parked near a bench overlooking the water, and just sat, watching the tide move in and out, letting the wind numb my face. I stayed there until sunset, and the whole time I couldn't stop thinking one thing. If the house had been filming me, what had I missed? What else had it seen? What else had it shown? When I got home, the film reel was gone, But in its place, sitting dead center on the kitchen table, was the projector. No reel inside, just the empty slot, the crank wound tight, and taped to the lens a piece of paper. One sentence: "You haven't seen the end yet." I didn't touch the projector. I walked around it like it was something dead in the road. I stood at the far end of the kitchen and just stared at it. The note was still taped to the lens, same handwriting as before, blocky, too neat. "You haven't seen the end yet." I should have thrown it out. I should have smashed it to pieces and buried the parts in separate bins, but instead, I sat on the floor and watched it for hours. It didn't play itself. It didn't move. It just waited. I fell asleep leaning against the wall. When I woke up, the projector was gone again. That was somehow worse. It didn't make me feel safe. It made me feel observed, like I was failing a test I didn't understand. I started noticing little things after that. The hallway light would flicker exactly once at the same time every night. 12:52, not 12:51, not 12:53. Always right on the second. The door to the spare room, which I never use, started opening by itself, not swinging wide, just slightly ajar, like someone checking to see if I was inside. And the photos on my phone? They changed. Not all of them, just one. A selfie I'd taken a few weeks ago, after I finished painting the kitchen. I remember the original clearly. I was holding a roller and laughing because I'd splashed paint in my hair. Now, same photo, same framing. But in the background, just at the edge of the hallway, there was a figure. Blurred, unfocused, but tall, watching me. I checked the photo data. No edits, no duplicates. It had always been there. I deleted it. The next morning it was back. Same file name. Same position in my camera roll. I stopped using my phone for a while after that. Started writing things down in a notebook instead. Kept track of the sounds I heard, the times the light flickered, the dreams. Because the dreams were changing too. No more long hallways or old versions of the house. Now I was inside the projector, watching myself sleep. Not metaphorically, actually, like I was the lens. And every time I tried to look away, I couldn't. I had to keep watching, until something moved behind me. But I never saw what. Just the sense of something stepping into the frame, getting closer. That's how I always woke up right as it reached the edge of the shot. 2 days ago, I found the reel again. Not in the fridge this time. Under my bed. I hadn't checked there since the first week I moved in. The reel was already half unwound, as if it had been played and someone stopped it halfway through. I didn't play it. Not yet. I just sat there with it in my lap, listening. Because upstairs, the attic hatch was open again. No ladder, no sound, but I could feel it. The way you feel heat off a stove burner before you touch it. I climbed up around midnight. Didn't bring a light. Didn't speak. I just waited. And after a while, the projector was there, set up in the corner, already running, pointed at the angled roof beam where the shadows flickered like something was standing just outside of view. The footage was black and white again. But the air around it, that wasn't old. It was now. I watched the figure walk through my hallway, past the kitchen, into the bedroom. Then the screen went dark. Silent. No flicker, no static. Just nothing. And then I heard the crank. Not in the attic. Behind me. Downstairs. Spinning slow, like someone winding the film forward. I left the attic and ran to the living room. The projector was on the coffee table. Still running. Still empty. But the screen, it wasn't showing the hallway anymore. It was showing the attic. From a new angle, like a camera had been mounted where I was just standing. And in the center of the screen was me, looking at the beam, looking confused, looking scared, then turning to leave. Except I hadn't turned yet. I was still watching, still frozen, still behind. That's when I understood. The house wasn't just filming me, it was duplicating me, splitting time, making new versions of the same footage. And every time I watched, I became a little more fixed in the reel, a little more predictable, a little more recorded. When I turned around, the coffee table was empty again. No projector, no screen, just the faint scent of warm metal. And behind me, a stack of reels, labeled, dated, all with my name. I didn't touch the reels. I just stared at them. Stacked neatly on the floor where the coffee table had been, about 10 of them, each one labeled in the same blocky handwriting, same ink, no stickers. Just scratched into the plastic casing like they were always meant to be permanent. All of them had my name on them, first and last. No dates this time. Just the word final etched into the bottom reel. That one was on top. I didn't want to see what was on it. But I knew I would. Not right then, not that night. But soon. I went upstairs, checked the attic. Empty again. The air didn't feel charged anymore. No clicks, no flickering light, just quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after something finishes what it came to do. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting in the hallway outside my bedroom door, like I used to do when I was a kid and afraid of the dark. I watched the light shift across the floorboards. Every time the house creaked, I tensed up. But nothing moved. Nothing played. Nothing watched. At least, not that I could feel. I thought about burning the reels. Really thought about it. But something told me that wouldn't change anything. It wasn't about the objects. It never was. The footage wasn't in the reels. It was in the house. Or maybe in me. The next day, I made a decision. I packed a bag. Not everything, just enough. Clothes, charger, passport, some books. I didn't know where I was going yet, just that I couldn't stay. The house felt calm, like a stage after a performance. But I didn't trust that stillness. I didn't want to wait for the next showing. I left around 6 in the evening, locked the door behind me, left the keys in the mailbox. No note, just silence. I checked into a cheap hotel 2 towns over, small place, brick exterior, smelled like someone had tried to cover old smoke with lemon cleaner. I didn't care. I just wanted to be somewhere that hadn't memorized the way I breathed. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept expecting to hear the crank start up in the hallway or see a projector flicker to life in the corner of the room. But there was nothing. Just the hum of the mini fridge and the occasional car passing outside. I started to think maybe I'd escaped it. Maybe leaving was enough. Maybe the house had gotten what it wanted. The next morning, I took a walk through town, found a coffee shop, sat by the window, watched people pass without looking up. It felt good. Still. Forgettable. I finished my drink and walked back toward the hotel. There was a package waiting for me at the front desk. No name. No return address. Just a plain box, wrapped in brown paper, tied with twine. I knew what it was before I opened it. Inside the projector, wrapped in my green hoodie. No reels, no power cord. Just the body of it. Cold. Waiting. I didn't bring it to my room. I walked straight behind the hotel to the dumpster and dropped it in. I heard the thunk when it hit the bottom. Heavy. Final. I stood there for a while after. Not because I thought it would crawl back out, but because I knew I'd just thrown away a part of myself. Something I'd been recorded into. The rest of the day was quiet. I didn't go back to the hotel right away. I wandered, got lost, let myself be nowhere for a few hours. When I did return, everything was untouched. Bed made, bag still zipped, nothing waiting. That night, I dreamed of my house. But it was empty. No furniture. No attic hatch. Just 4 walls and a ceiling. I stood in the center of the living room and waited, but nothing came. I wasn't being filmed. I wasn't being watched. I was alone. And when I woke up, I felt okay. Really okay. Like whatever had followed me or tried to, couldn't anymore. I checked out that afternoon. Moved into a short-term rental a few towns away. Different layout. Different floors. No attic. It's been 3 weeks now. No sounds. No footage. No shadows. Sometimes I still dream of the hallway, or the flicker of the projector, or that slow, steady crank, but when I wake up, I'm alone. And that's all I've ever wanted to know when I'm alone, and when I'm not. I haven't gone back to the house. I don't plan to. If someone else buys it, I won't warn them. That sounds awful, but I don't think it would matter. The house doesn't haunt people. It watches them, learns them, records them, and once it's finished, it lets them go, but it keeps the reels. Because the house doesn't want blood, it wants memory. and now it has mine. This is gonna sound so fucking untrue, but hear me out, okay? I'm not the kind of person who makes up weird stories for attention. I don't post online. I don't even comment on things. I barely have social media anymore. I don't like being perceived, let alone watched. Which is why this whole thing has messed with me so badly. It started in a coffee shop in Portland. I live here now, have for a few years, and there's this little place near my apartment I go to when I need to work without actually working. One of those cozy wood and concrete places with the exposed ceiling and weird art on the walls that someone's cousin probably made. Anyway, I was sitting in the back, near the window, not even doing anything important, just on my laptop pretending to be productive. The place was half full. Mostly laptops, some quiet music playing, espresso hissing behind the counter. Then I got an airdrop notification. At first I ignored it. I don't have airdrop set to everyone, so I assumed it was a mistake or someone nearby trying to send a meme to a friend. But then it came again. Same file. It said, video from unknown device. There wasn't a name on the sender, just that generic unknown label, the kind that pops up when someone's name isn't saved in your contacts or they're actively hiding it. I hit decline. It popped up again. Same file, no change. I don't know why, but the second time I accepted it. I think I thought it would be a dumb joke, like a dog video or some kid pranking everyone with a fart sound effect. I didn't expect it to be me. Literally me. The video was maybe 10 seconds long, shot from across the room, from near the front counter. The angle was low, like someone holding their phone in their lap. And it showed me, sitting exactly where I was at the back of the cafe, typing, wearing the same clothes, hair up, headphones in, same posture. Just there. I watched it 3 times. My hands got cold, the kind of cold that crawls up from your palms into your arms. I didn't remember anyone pointing a phone at me. I didn't see anyone near the front looking in my direction. And the file name? That's what really screwed me up. The name of the video was my old address. Not the one I live at now, not one I've ever listed online, not something you'd find on a people search site unless you were really, really digging. It was an apartment I lived in with my dad when I was 13, half a country away. I stared at that name for so long it stopped looking like words. The formatting was weird too, not Video 1 or IMG or anything like that. Just the full address, street number, name, city, no state, no zip. Just enough to know exactly where it was. I closed the video, looked up, scanned the cafe. No one was looking at me. No phones pointed in my direction. The guy near the window was on a Zoom call with headphones in. The woman behind me was reading an actual book. The barista was wiping down a milk pitcher. Nothing felt off, but I could feel it anyway. That skin-tight, heartbeat in your neck kind of tension. I opened the video again, slowed it down, tried to look for clues. That's when I noticed the reflection. Behind me, in the window, you could see the cafe. Not super clearly, the glass was dirty. Light was weird, but enough. And in that reflection, at the same table I was sitting at, there were two figures. One of them was me. But not me at the time of the recording. Me from the front, like I was facing whoever took the video. And then me again. To the left of the first one. Leaning forward. Looking toward the person recording. Same hair. Same face. Same fucking clothes. But her eyes were wrong. In the reflection, her face was still, unmoving, like a photo laid over a mirror, while the real me, the one in the seat, shifted slightly, blinked, tapped the keyboard. But the other me? Nothing. No blink. Just watching. The video ended. I nearly dropped my phone. I didn't even pack up, just closed my laptop and walked out like I was being chased. I didn't look behind me, didn't check to see if anyone followed. I just walked home fast, through streets I've walked 100 times, and locked the door the second I stepped inside. I sat on the floor for a long time after that, didn't even take my coat off. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked my phone again. The video was still there. Same file name. Same length. Still said received from unknown device. I tried to trace it. Clicked around in settings. Looked for history. Looked for Bluetooth logs. Nothing. It was like it had never come from anywhere at all. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the hallway light on and left the blinds open so I could see if anyone came up to the window. No one did. But around 3 in the morning, I opened my camera app, not to take a photo, just to look. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something in the front-facing preview. Something behind me. That looked like me. I didn't go back to the coffee shop. That probably sounds obvious, but for me, it was a big deal. That place was part of my routine. I don't have many constants, and that little back table near the window was one of them. But after what happened, even walking past it made my chest feel too tight. I stayed inside for a few days. Called in sick, closed the blinds, kept the hallway light on and the TV going at low volume, just so I wouldn't hear the quiet too clearly. I watched the video again on the second day, not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know if I'd imagined it. Same clip, same angle, me sitting at the table, and in the reflection, that second version of me, staring into the camera like she already knew I'd be watching later. Her face still didn't move. Not once. Just that dead stare, no expression, no blink, like she was made of paper, like she was waiting. I took a screenshot and zoomed in. The reflection wasn't perfect. It was warped, like reflections always are, but the face was mine. Not just a general likeness. Mine. Same scar near the eyebrow, same necklace, same chipped tooth in the front, barely noticeable unless you're up close. The same, but not. Her skin looked too smooth. Her eyes too wide. She looked like me, if I was trying to look like me, and failing just slightly, like a costume that almost fits. That was worse than if it had been completely wrong. The wrongness was subtle, hidden in the details, That's what made it sink in deeper. By the third day, I tried to explain it to someone. I called my friend May. She's one of the only people I still talk to regularly. We went to school together. She's smart, no bullshit, the kind of person who doesn't scare easy. I didn't lead with the video. I just asked, have you ever had something weird happen? Like tech stuff, something that felt off. She laughed and said something about ads listening in, the usual paranoia. Then I told her what happened, the coffee shop, the airdrop, the video, the reflection. She didn't laugh that time. There was this long pause, and then she said, "Send it to me." I hesitated. I didn't want it on someone else's phone. I didn't want it to spread, like it would gain strength if I passed it around. But I trusted her. So I sent it. She called me right back. "I don't know what to say," she said. "That's you." "I know. But it's not either." "I know." She was quiet again. Then carefully she asked, "Do you think someone could have made this? Like a copy? A face thing? A deep fake?" "Yeah." I wanted to say yes. I wanted that to be the answer. But I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "It's not just the face," I said. "It's the address. It's the reflection. It's the way I felt right before it showed up." "What do you mean?" I took a breath. I felt like someone was watching me, not in the obvious way, not creepy guy, across the room. It was like something just outside my line of sight, like the space around me was too full. She didn't respond for a bit. Then she said, "Okay, don't open it again. Just delete it. If it's messing with you that bad, don't give it more attention." I promised I'd delete it. But I didn't. I couldn't. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the file name. My old address. I hadn't thought about that place in years. It was this weird little duplex in the middle of nowhere, tucked between empty fields and a rusted-out playground. We only lived there for a couple of years, but something about that time left a mark. My dad and I didn't talk much anymore, but I still had his number. So I called him. He answered on the second ring. I told him I'd been thinking about that old place, asked if he remembered anything strange about it. He laughed. "Strange like what?" "I don't know. Just anything off." He was quiet for a second. Then he said, "Why are you asking about that house?" His tone changed. That was all it took. I told him the truth. Not the video, not the reflection. Just that the name of the house had come up, that I felt like something from there was following me. He didn't laugh this time. He said, "I used to hear things at night." I froze. "Like what?" "Like footsteps and voices, but not loud, like they were inside the walls." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You were a kid. You had enough going on." I didn't know what to say to that. Then he added, "Your room was the coldest one, even in summer." I remembered that. I used to sleep with 2 blankets, even when it was hot. I thought I was just sensitive to temperature. No one else ever mentioned it. My dad said, "One night, you came into my room crying, said there was someone in your mirror." I don't remember that. I know. You stopped talking about it the next day. The line went quiet again. I thanked him for telling me. We hung up. I didn't sleep that night either. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I kept looking at my phone, wondering if I'd get another video. The video didn't send itself again. I was half expecting that, like I'd wake up to another airdrop or a file just sitting on my home screen without explanation. But no, it just stayed there on my phone, like it was waiting for me to press play again. I didn't. I kept it, but I didn't open it. The next day was the first time I left the apartment since it happened. I told myself I just needed to do something normal. Groceries, walk. Breathe outdoor air and feel sun on my skin like a real person instead of someone hiding from her own reflection. I put on sunglasses, hoodie, kept my head down even though I was outside. I didn't feel watched in the way I did in the coffee shop, but something was still off, like the sidewalks were too wide, like the light hit everything at a slightly wrong angle. At the store, I caught myself glancing toward the ceiling mirrors, the big ones they use for security. I could see myself, distorted a little, fish-eyed. And for a second, I swear she was there. Not fully. Just a flicker. My reflection didn't move when I did. My hand reached for the oranges, but the reflection lagged a beat behind. Then it caught up like nothing happened. Just an error. A moment. I left the cart and walked out. On the way home, I passed a building with tinted glass windows, not mirrored exactly, but reflective enough that you can see your shape in them when the sun hits right. She was there again, walking next to me, not behind, not in front, side by side. I didn't look directly, just saw the movement, the posture. She didn't look at me. She just walked with me for half a block, then faded back as I turned the corner. When I got home, I locked the door and closed every curtain in the apartment. That's when I decided to look deeper into the video. Not to watch it again, I still couldn't, but to check the data behind it. I used this free file inspection tool May sent me. She's into all kinds of nerdy stuff and said it might help trace where the video came from. Even if the device said unknown, there might be something buried in the metadata. I uploaded the file. Most of it was standard. Format, resolution, date, time. It had a timestamp that matched when I was sitting in the cafe. But the location, that's what got me. It didn't list the coffee shop. It listed my old address. Not as the file name, as the origin. It said the video had been created there, which is impossible. I haven't been back to that place in more than a decade. It's halfway across the country. I don't even know who lives there now. But according to the metadata, that video was recorded in the living room of the duplex I lived in when I was 13. I took a screenshot, sent it to May. Her reply was immediate. This makes no sense. No shit. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a GPS error, some kind of mix-up. But then I remembered something. That old apartment, the layout. The reflection in the cafe window didn't just show the me that wasn't me. It showed something behind her. A wall, a coat rack, a mirror frame. None of which were in the coffee shop. but all of which were in that old living room. I checked the video again, still didn't press play, just scrubbed to the middle frame and paused. There it was. In the background, behind the frozen version of me staring at the camera, was my old house. I don't know how I missed it before. The walls were the same pale green my dad tried to paint over but never finished. The warped mirror by the door. The stupid metal coat rack that always leaned to one side because we never anchored it properly. It was all there. Not in the cafe. In the reflection, it's like the video had two realities layered on top of each other. One, the coffee shop where I was sitting. Two, the house I haven't been inside in over 10 years. I showed the frame to May. She stared at it for a long time. Then she said, "You need to delete this." I said, "I think it's already in the phone." She said, "Then you need to throw the phone out." I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I did something worse. I looked up the old address. Not just the location, the listing. It's still there, still standing, same sagging porch, same mailbox with the dent on the side from when someone hit it with a baseball bat. And it's for rent. I clicked through the photos. The inside's been redone, new floors, new paint, new appliances. But the bones are the same. I recognized the archway between the kitchen and the hall, the narrow bedroom with the slanted window, the closet door that never shut right. I stared at the photo of the living room, tried to line it up with the reflection in the video. It matched. Almost perfectly, but there was one difference. In the photo on the listing, taken during the day with bright lighting and clean staging, there was a mirror on the wall. And in the mirror, there was no reflection of the room. Just darkness. Like the mirror had been painted black. Or like it wasn't a mirror at all. I closed the listing, walked into my bathroom, and looked at my own mirror. At first, it looked normal. Just me. Tired, pale, circles under my eyes. But the longer I looked, the more I felt that wrongness coming back. Not behind me. Not in the room. In the reflection, she wasn't there. Not yet. But I knew she was close. The mirror in the bathroom stayed normal for the rest of the night, at least as normal as it could be when I kept going back to check it every 15 minutes, like a complete maniac. I'd walk away, feel okay for half a second, then catch a glimpse in the dark TV screen or the microwave door and get pulled right back in. It wasn't that I saw anything new. I didn't. It was the waiting. The knowing that something was aware of me, and that it didn't need to show up to make me feel it. The silence had weight now. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with the light on, fully dressed, phone on the nightstand, like being prepared would help. At exactly 3 a.m, the phone buzzed once. No call, no notification, just a single vibration, like it had glitched. I picked it up. Screen was blank, battery fine, no missed anything. But the video file, the one I swore I wouldn't touch again, it had duplicated itself. Same name, same file size, but the second one had a new timestamp, dated for that exact day, a few hours earlier. And this one was longer, I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. Just watched the file sit there, like it was breathing, like it was waiting to be let in. May came by the next morning. I hadn't told her about the new file. I just said I needed help. She brought coffee and that no-nonsense energy she always has, the kind that makes you believe you can fix anything if you just talk fast and walk with purpose. She sat at my kitchen table, looked me in the eye, and said, "We're deleting the video." I didn't argue. I just handed her the phone. She opened the Files app, selected both clips, and hit delete. Then she emptied the trash. "Gone," she said. But we both knew it wasn't that simple. She looked up at me. "We need to figure out what this thing wants." I said, "I don't think it wants anything." May frowned. "Then why show up at all?" I didn't have an answer. She stayed with me most of the day. We talked about old stuff, tried to shift focus. She even made us lunch, like we were back in school again, hiding out from everything. For a while it worked. Then she left around 7, just as it was getting dark. I told her I'd be okay. That was a lie. The apartment felt different the second the door clicked shut behind her. Not colder, not darker, just thinner. Like the air had stretched out. I turned on every light. Made tea. Did laundry just to hear the sound of the machine running. And around 10, I walked past the mirror again. It wasn't me. For half a second, just long enough to register it wasn't me looking back. Same face, yes. Same hair, same clothes. But not my eyes. The reflection blinked first. I stepped back. Hard. My elbow hit the wall and I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered in the hallway, ceramic pieces flying under the door frame and into the dark. The mirror was normal again. Completely fine. I cleaned up the mess slowly, like moving too fast might trigger something worse. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and tried not to cry. It wasn't the reflection that scared me most. It was how calm she looked, like she belonged there more than I did. At midnight, I checked my phone. Both video files were back. Same names, same sizes, sitting there like they'd never left. I turned the phone off and put it in a drawer. Didn't even want to touch it. That was when I decided. I had to go back. To the house. The old address. I didn't want to. Every bone in my body screamed not to. But there was this pull like gravity, like a string had been tied around me from that place since I was 13, and only now someone was starting to reel it in. I booked a flight for the next day. Didn't tell May. Didn't tell anyone. Just packed a bag, left a note on my kitchen counter saying I'd be back soon, and locked the door behind me. The flight was quiet. I didn't talk to anyone. Slept most of the way, or pretended to. When I got to the old neighborhood, everything looked smaller. The trees were bare, and the sky was that washed-out gray that makes everything feel like it's been drained. The house hadn't changed much. Different paint maybe, new numbers on the mailbox, but the shape of it was the same. I didn't knock. There was a "for rent" sign still posted. I walked around the back. No one was there. The back door was unlocked. I slipped inside like I still lived there. The hallway hit me first. Same floor creak near the kitchen. Same scuff marks under the arch. I walked into the living room and froze. The mirror was still there. Same size, same spot. But it had been covered. Not removed, covered. A black cloth nailed around the edges, tight to the wall like someone was trying to seal it in. I stepped closer. The fabric moved. Just slightly, like breath under a blanket. I reached up and touched it. Warm. I didn't pull it down. I didn't need to, because I already knew what was behind it. Not a reflection. Not anymore. I didn't touch the cloth again. I stood in front of that mirror for maybe a full minute, hand still hovering near the edge, heart thudding like it was warning me not to move. Whatever was behind it, someone had tried to keep it in. Or maybe, if I was being honest, to keep something out. The room didn't feel haunted. It felt still, dead still, like the house itself was holding its breath. The air was thick, stale, like it hadn't been moved in years, even though the windows were clean and the floor looked recently swept. I backed out of the room. Slow. Not panicked, not yet. I walked the rest of the house, not to snoop, just to ground myself. I hadn't been inside in more than 10 years, but the bones were the same. My old bedroom was smaller than I remembered. The paint was different now, but I could still see the spot on the ceiling where rain used to stain through. Same slanted window, same uneven floorboard that creaked when you stepped near the closet. And the closet was open. Nothing in it, just dust and air. But it smelled like soap. Like something had been living in there recently, not an animal, a person. That's when it hit me. Maybe someone had been staying in the house. Maybe someone left that mirror covered for a reason. Maybe whoever sent the video, if it wasn't just some tech glitch or digital nightmare, had been living here, waiting. I should have left right then. But I didn't. Because I still didn't understand why the reflection looked like me, why the name of the file was my old address, why the timestamp said it was recorded here, when it clearly showed me sitting in a coffee shop hundreds of miles away. So I went back to the living room, sat on the floor, faced the mirror, cloth still covering it, and waited. I don't know what I was expecting. A voice, a whisper, another vibration in my pocket. But nothing came. Just that silence, thick and breathing. I whispered, "What do you want?" The cloth rippled. Not like it was wind, like something behind it had shifted, lightly pressing against the fabric. I didn't move. I just kept talking. "I know you're not me," I said. No answer, but I felt it, that electric pulse in the air, like the space was tuning itself. "You're wearing me." Still nothing. And then, from behind the cloth, a voice. Not loud, not even spoken. A whisper that wasn't sound, just words pressed into my head like steam on glass. "You looked first." I flinched. "What?" "You saw me, that's all it takes." I didn't mean to." "Doesn't matter." The cloth pulled tighter against the frame, like something was pressing forward, still unseen. You made space. Now I fit. I shook my head. I didn't let you in. I never invited anything. You didn't have to. Mirrors, remember? That broke something in me. I looked at my hands, tried to steady my breathing. You're not me, I said again. You're just a reflection. I was, but I watched, long enough to learn. I felt sick. You're in the video. You were in the cafe. Why? To see if you'd notice. The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was curious, like a child turning a bug over in its palm. You're interesting when you think no one's watching. I stood up, hands shaking. I'm done with this. No response. I stepped back, turned to leave the room. But just before I crossed the threshold, I heard one more thing. Not in my head this time. Spoken, soft and low, like it came from inside the mirror itself. You left the door open. I stopped cold, turned, but the mirror was still covered. No voice now, no breath, no ripple. Just the black cloth, still nailed in place. I walked out fast. Didn't run, didn't scream, but I left. Back through the kitchen, out the back door, into the cold gray air that somehow felt too warm after the quiet of that house. I drove straight to the airport. Didn't stop, didn't think. I was lucky to get a flight back that day. Paid more than I could afford, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from that place. Back in my own apartment, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a long time. It looked like me. No lag, no second image, no shadow. But I could feel it. That she was still there. Watching. Not through the glass anymore. Through me. That night, I threw the phone away. Not reset. Not erased. Threw it out. Battery and all, into the bin behind the grocery store. It buzzed once in my hand before I let go. One last message I didn't read. I bought a new phone the next day. Started fresh. New number, new account, no backup. May helped me set it up. She asked what I saw in the house. I told her part of it. Not the voice, not the message. Just that something had been watching me through mirrors for a long time, and I didn't notice until it got bored waiting. She didn't press. That's why I trust her. She just said, "You should cover the mirror." I nodded, but I haven't. Because part of me thinks it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't cover the mirror. I thought about it every night for a week. I even bought one of those blackout cloths May recommended, something thick enough to block out everything behind it, but it stayed in the drawer. I'd stand in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, looking into that glass, waiting to see her again, and I didn't. At least not the way I expected. She didn't show up in the reflection, not clearly, but I still caught things, little moments, a second too long of eye contact with myself, a breath that didn't match the one I was taking. The tiniest delay before my expression changed. It was like watching someone pretend to be me and doing a really good job, but not perfect, never perfect. I stopped checking the mirror at night, not because I was scared, because I didn't want to give her the attention. That's what this always came back to, attention. The more I looked, the more I fed it. The more I tried to catch her, the deeper she got in. So I stopped looking. No mirrors after dark, no front-facing camera. I even stuck a little piece of paper over the selfie lens on my new phone. May thought I was being paranoid, but she didn't argue. She gets it now in that quiet way where people don't want to believe you, but they also don't want to see what you saw. The thing, and I know how this sounds, it worked. For a while, nothing happened. No more videos. No whispers. No second faces. I stopped waking up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. Even the dreams settled down. No more mirrors in them, just static, empty streets, sometimes a shadow standing way too far down a hallway, but never close, never reaching. Then, one morning, I woke up and the cloth I'd left folded in the drawer was gone. I didn't panic. I didn't even move at first. I just sat in bed and listened. The apartment was quiet, normal quiet, birds outside, pipes shifting, someone's dog barking 2 floors down. Still, I got up and checked. The drawer was open, not pulled out, just cracked, like someone had forgotten to shut it. And the cloth? Folded neatly, placed on the bathroom counter, right in front of the mirror. I hadn't touched it, I was sure. But there it was, waiting. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked it up and hung it over the mirror. Not to block her. To close the loop. If she wanted to be seen, I wasn't going to give her that. If she wanted me to acknowledge her, to spiral again, to watch every reflection like it might crack and spill her out, I wouldn't. That was her game, not mine. From then on, things stayed quiet. Not fixed, not erased, but quiet. Some nights I still feel her near the wall when I'm trying to sleep, like she's pacing behind the glass, not trapped, just waiting for the glass to open again, waiting for me to slip, for me to look too long. But I don't. Not anymore. May still checks on me. She's good like that. She came over last weekend, brought food, sat on the floor like we were back in our old dorm. She asked me how things were, really. I told her the truth, that it was better. That the quiet was heavier now, but manageable. That sometimes I felt like I was being mirrored by something that hadn't figured out how to stop mimicking me. She didn't laugh. Just nodded and said, "She probably liked being you." I didn't respond to that, because I'd already been thinking it. What if this whole thing started because she wanted to try? Not hurt me, not haunt me, not even replace me. Just be me. The way people put on someone else's jacket to see if it fits. What scared me most wasn't that she looked like me. It's that she looked like me in ways I hadn't seen in a long time. She sat straighter, made eye contact, didn't flinch. She wasn't an echo of who I am. She was a reminder of who I used to be before everything got small and quiet and digital. Before I forgot what it felt like to be in my own skin without second-guessing every word out of my mouth. I wonder if that's what reflections are. versions of ourselves we gave up without realizing it. Maybe she didn't crawl through the glass to become me. Maybe I stepped back so far from my own life that she just filled in the space. But not anymore. Now, when I walk past windows or storefronts, I look for myself. Not her. Me. And when I see something strang a flicker, a mismatch, I don't stop and stare. I don't invite it in. I just keep walking. Because I've learned something important. You can't fight a reflection, but you can refuse to be haunted by it. This isn't the kind of thing I ever thought I'd write out, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I'm starting to lose sleep over it. Maybe posting it will help me get it out. So I babysit sometimes. Nothing formal, just extra cash for weekends when I'm not working. I've watched kids for neighbors, co-workers, even a few random Craigslist families when I was desperate. Never anything weird. Usually just cartoons, pizza, bedtime. This one was different. A friend of a friend recommended me to this couple in Toledo. Their usual sitter was out of town. It was just a one-time thing, Saturday night, 6 to midnight. Their daughter was 7, quiet, well-behaved, liked puzzles and princess stuff. That's what they told me over the phone. When I showed up, the mom answered the door. She looked tired in the way people with young kids do, not a mess, just stretched thin. The dad was in the background finishing dinner. The little girl, Sophie, was already in her pajamas, sitting at the kitchen table and coloring. The house was clean, too clean, honestly. Everything was neat, nothing on the floors, couch pillows perfectly lined up, no dishes in the sink. I remember that because I kept thinking, this place looks staged, like they were trying to prove how normal they were. They gave me the usual rundown. She'd already eaten. Bedtime was 8. No screen time after 7. I nodded along, acting like I hadn't heard the exact same speech from every other parent in the universe. But then the mom hesitated. She leaned in a little and said, kind of quietly, "If she talks about her teeth, just play along. Don't ask too many questions." I think I blinked. Like, what? But she was already grabbing her purse. The dad handed me their number and said they'd be home around midnight, then they left. Sophie didn't say much at first. She was polite. Not shy exactly, just soft. Like her volume knob was stuck on low. We watched a cartoon. She showed me a puzzle she'd already finished 3 times. Then she asked to go to bed early. That surprised me. It wasn't even 7:30. But I figured, hey, easy money, right? So I helped her brush her teeth, walked her to her room, and tucked her in. That's when she said it. I was fluffing her blanket, and she just looked at me and said, "If I lose another tooth, he's allowed back in." She said it like it was a rule, like I should already know who he was. I laughed a little. "Who's allowed back in?" She shrugged and turned her face to the wall. "I don't know his name, but he waits." I didn't push it. Maybe that makes me a bad sitter. I don't know. I just smiled and said, "Well, no more teeth tonight, okay?" She didn't laugh, just pulled the blanket up to her ears and closed her eyes. I backed out of the room and sat on the couch for a bit, flipping through channels and texting my roommate. I told her the girl was kind of creepy, and we joked about the whole tooth thing. I even said, if I don't check in after midnight, assume I've been turned into a puppet made of baby teeth. Real funny, in hindsight. Everything was quiet for a while. Too quiet. Around 10, I heard a soft thump from Sophie's room. Not a crash. Just that low kind of bump you hear when a kid rolls over too hard and kicks the wall or something. I ignored it at first. But then I heard it again. Softer this time. Like a shuffle. I called out, "You okay, Soph?" No answer. I stood up and walked to her room. Door was slightly open. The lights were off, but the hallway lamp was bright enough to see by. She was asleep, or at least pretending to be. Her breathing was slow, steady, blanket up to her chin, same as before. I was about to walk away when I heard it again, but not from the bed, from underneath it. I crouched down and whispered, "Are you playing?" No response. I bent a little lower just to check. Didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed something tucked into the back corner, a glass jar, half buried under a blanket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. The jar was full of teeth. Not just a few. Dozens. All different shapes and sizes. Each one had a tiny tag on it, like one of those sticker labels you'd use for a yard sale. Dates. Names. Written in shaky handwriting, some of the ink starting to fade. The top tooth said something like Madison, May 3rd. The one below it, Elliot, April 12th. I kept flipping the jar, my hand starting to sweat. And at the bottom, scratched into the glass, not written on a sticker, was my name. First and last. No middle. No date. Just me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not Sophie's. Something slower. Rougher. From under the bed, right behind me. I didn't look. Didn't think. I put the jar down and backed out of the room fast. Closed the door behind me and sat on the couch, heart pounding. I didn't go back in for the rest of the night. Didn't turn off the hallway light. Didn't blink unless I had to. When the parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. I just grabbed my bag and left. And now I keep waking up in the middle of the night with this weird pressure behind my gums, like something's getting ready to come loose. I didn't sleep when I got home that night. I turned on every light in my apartment. I don't know why. It wasn't like the thing under the bed was going to follow me through a lampshade, but it helped, sort of. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that the teeth weren't real, that maybe I misread the name on the glass, or maybe it was someone else with my name, a weird coincidence. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt personal, like whoever put my name on that jar knew I'd see it, knew I'd check under the bed, like they were waiting for me to find it. And the breathing? That wasn't my imagination. I know what I heard. I had this tight feeling in my stomach all night, like I was forgetting something important, like a deadline had been moved up without warning. The next morning I told my roommate about it. I didn't mean to. I was just making coffee, still wide awake from the night before, and I said, "What would you do if a kid you were babysitting had a jar of baby teeth under the bed?" She gave me this look, part amused, part grossed out, and said, "Why would a kid have that?" I told her, not everything, just the basics. The weird bedtime comment, the jar, my name scratched on the glass. She laughed at first, thought I was making it up, but when she saw I wasn't joking, she stopped smiling. "Maybe it's just something the parents do," she said, "like a creepy family tradition." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But no parent collects dozens of labeled baby teeth and hides them under their kid's bed. And they definitely don't include a name that doesn't belong to their child. My roommate must have seen something shift in my face, because she changed the subject after that, kept it light, offered to grab lunch. I said no. I couldn't eat. My jaw hurt, not badly, just this low ache behind my back teeth, like pressure building. I went to the bathroom, opened my mouth, checked every tooth. They were fine. No blood. No movement. Just that steady, growing throb. I swore I wasn't going to go back to that house. But later that afternoon, I got a text from the mom. "Sophie asked if you could come again this weekend. She liked you. She doesn't usually like sitters." My stomach dropped. I didn't reply. Another message came through. "I'll pay double, just a few hours this time." I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I said yes. I don't know why. I told myself it was for closure, that I needed to prove to myself it was just a creepy moment and nothing more. But I think some part of me wanted to look again, wanted to see if the jar was still there, if the date had changed. It's like when someone tells you not to look in a mirror after midnight. You know you shouldn't, but some awful part of you wants to test it anyway. The second visit was weirder from the start. The parents were polite, but not warm this time. The dad barely looked at me. The mom kept checking the time. When I asked how Sophie was doing, the mom just said, "She's been quiet lately." Like that explained anything. They left 10 minutes later. Sophie was already in her room when I got there. She didn't come out to say hi. I figured I'd give her space, let her call for me if she needed anything. But around 7, I heard her voice. She was singing. Soft, quiet. Too quiet. I walked down the hallway and stopped just outside her door. The song didn't sound like anything I recognized. It didn't have a melody, more like a list being spoken in a sing-song way. And then I heard the words. Madison, May 3rd, Elliot, April 12th, Harper, August 2nd, me, October 10th. She kept going. Name, date, name, date. I couldn't move. Then she said my name. Clear, slow, deliberate, and after it, tomorrow. My throat went dry. I pushed the door open. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a little notebook in her lap, humming. The jar was gone. I asked her, "What's that song?" She looked up, blinked, and said, "It helps me remember." Remember what? Who the teeth belong to. I wanted to take the notebook from her. I really did. but I couldn't move my feet. Sophie closed the notebook gently and stood up. "He's hungry," she said, "and he's not very patient." I asked her who he was. She tilted her head like she didn't understand the question. Then she whispered, "He used to live in the walls, but now he lives under the bed." I didn't know what to say. My hands were shaking. She walked to the bed and crawled under the covers, like it was a normal bedtime, like nothing strange had happened at all. "I'll see you in the morning," she said. I stayed in her doorway for almost an hour after she fell asleep. And when I finally left her room, I locked the door behind me. I didn't care if it made me a bad babysitter. I just needed the night to end. But the ache in my jaw, it's worse now. And when I checked in the mirror, one of my molars is starting to wiggle. I didn't go to work the next day. Called in sick, which wasn't a lie. I hadn't slept. I'd checked that loose molar in the mirror probably 20 times, tapped it with my tongue, pressed on it with my fingertip. It wobbled more than the day before. It didn't hurt exactly, but I felt it every time I blinked. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can explain it. Like my body was reminding me of it constantly, even when I wasn't thinking about it. I sat in my apartment all day, trying not to open a search tab. I didn't want to type "molar loose" for no reason, or "jar of teeth with your name on it," or "what lives under beds and eats kids," because I already knew whatever answer I got wouldn't help. I needed to sit with it for a while. I needed to let it feel real. Around noon, I got a text from the mom. "Thank you for last night. Sophie slept through the whole night. That hasn't happened in weeks." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't know what to say. I just couldn't make myself type anything. I think I was afraid she'd respond instantly, like she was watching me type it in real time. That night, I didn't brush my teeth. I know that sounds gross. I just couldn't stand the thought of poking at them, of loosening that one any more than it already was. I slept with a scarf wrapped around the lower half of my face like that would stop anything from reaching my mouth. The dream I had was the worst one yet. I was back in that house, in Sophie's room, except it wasn't nighttime. It was the kind of dead gray light that happens before a storm. Everything was quiet, too quiet. And there was this sound under the bed, not breathing, not movement. Clicking, like small teeth knocking together in a glass jar. I looked under, and there were dozens of jars, hundreds, lined up like a pantry, all of them full, all of them labeled. Some had names scratched into the glass like mine. Others had no names at all, just dates, and one of the jars was open. Empty. Waiting. When I woke up, I had blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom. The molar was still there, barely, hanging on by a thread. And on my tongue, a name. It was like I'd been trying to say it in the dream. I didn't recognize it, but it tasted like dust and iron and something older than I wanted to think about. I spit it out, washed my mouth with cold water until my lips went numb. That evening, I finally texted the mom back. I asked her directly, "What's with the tooth thing?" She didn't reply right away. About an hour later, I got a message back. Just this. It's something her grandmother started. Just a story. Don't worry about it. I called her. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same. I know what that means. People say don't worry about it when they know you absolutely should. I went out for a walk to clear my head. Ended up near a park without realizing how far I'd gone. There were kids playing on the swings, two parents chatting by a bench. I sat on the curb across the street and watched them for a bit, trying to remember what normal felt like. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't with anyone, just standing near the edge of the trees, not watching the kids, watching me. He looked homeless, layers of mismatched clothing, face hidden by a hat too big for his head. His posture was off, bent in a way that made him seem like he was always leaning forward, even when he stood still. He didn't move, not once. Just stood there, watching. I didn't stay. When I got home, I took a flashlight and checked under my own bed. There was nothing there. No jars, no blankets, no figures crawling along the wall. But there was something new. A single baby tooth. Clean. Shiny. Right in the middle of the floor. I picked it up without thinking. It was cold. And on the side of it, so small I almost missed it, was a name etched into the surface. Not mine. Sophie's. I dropped it. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid on my back, mouth closed, teeth clenched, eyes locked on the ceiling. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I heard a voice whisper from under the bed. Not a full word. Just a name. My name. But not like someone calling me. Like someone tasting it. I didn't move when it said my name. I just stared at the ceiling and pretended I hadn't heard it, that maybe it was a dream or some half-sleep audio hallucination, like when the heater kicks on and your brain turns it into words. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It didn't say anything else, just that one word, said soft, like breath pressed through a crack in the floorboards. My name. I stayed in bed until the sun came up, and when I finally sat up and looked under nothing, no tooth, no jar, no voice, just dust and the stray sock I thought I'd lost 2 weeks ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because it didn't matter that nothing was there. I still knew it had been. I called my dentist later that day, told them my back molar was loose and I needed to be seen. They fit me in around 4. I didn't tell them about the rest of it. What was I going to say? That I thought a little girl's imaginary monster was trying to rip my teeth out. The hygienist tapped around in my mouth, poked with her little metal hook, and then went quiet. The dentist came in next, did the same thing, quiet again. Then he asked, "Did you take a hit to the jaw recently?" I shook my head. "Have you been grinding your teeth at night?" "No," I said, "not that I know of." He sat back and looked at the screen. "Your molar's detaching from the root. It's not infected, but it's definitely not secure. We can pull it, or we can wait and see if it resets. But honestly," he shrugged, "it's gonna come out either way." I scheduled the extraction. Tomorrow at 3. Which wouldn't be weird, except the jar under Sophie's bed had tomorrow's date on it. I walked home slower than usual, took the long way, looping through neighborhoods I didn't know, watching the sky get darker in this way that didn't feel natural. Not sunset, dark, shadow, dark. Like something leaning over everything. At one point, I passed a parked car with a dusty window. I caught my reflection and nearly jumped, not because I looked weird, but because someone else was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Every time I started to drift off, I felt a pull, not physical, mental, like something was waiting for me in the dark, not to scare me, just to be closer. I finally gave up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen. Made toast. Ate half of it. Left the plate in the sink. When I came back to my room, the sock that had been under the bed earlier was on my pillow. Folded. Like someone wanted to let me know they'd been there again, but didn't want to scare me. Like a gift. That was worse than anything else. The idea that whatever this was wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to belong. I went back to Sophie's house the next day. I didn't plan to. I just found myself walking in that direction. It was around noon. The front yard was empty. No cars in the driveway. I knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called out. No response. The living room looked the same, still too clean, still that sense that everything had been placed instead of lived in. I walked down the hall to Sophie's room. The door was open. She wasn't there. The bed was made. No sign of her notebook, no toys out, no clothes on the floor. And underneath, the jar was back, exactly where it had been the first time. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Same teeth, same tags, and at the bottom, my name. Next to it, the new date. Today. I picked it up and saw something I hadn't noticed before. Scratched along the bottom edge of the glass, hidden unless you turned it just right. Promised, paid, returned. I didn't know what that meant. Not until I saw the door across the hall. Sophie's closet. It was open. Not wide, just enough to see that something was inside. Not movement, not a shape. Just a flicker, like breath behind plastic. I didn't go near it. I put the jar back and left the room. The front door clicked shut behind me without me touching it. I didn't go to the dentist. I canceled the appointment because I knew what would happen if I let them pull the tooth. It would go missing, and the jar would be complete, and whatever was in the closet would be allowed back in. I don't want to be part of that deal, even if I'm already in it. I didn't tell anyone I went back to the house. I didn't tell my roommate, or my mom when she called, or May when she texted to ask if I was still alive. I started typing out a reply to her, then deleted it. Because what do you even say? Hey, remember that babysitting job I took? I think something under the bed is trading in children's teeth like currency. No way to make that sound sane. That night, I slept on the couch. Lights on. TV playing low. I didn't go into my room, didn't want to see the bed, didn't want to see what might have crawled out from underneath it while I was gone. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up, heart already going, tongue pressing against that back molar. Still there, but looser. I went to the bathroom and spit into the sink. There was a streak of red in the foam. I didn't look too long. I just rinsed, turned off the light, and sat back down on the couch like that would stop anything from getting closer. Around 4, I heard footsteps. Not inside. Outside my apartment. Soft, slow. Coming down the hallway. They stopped outside my door. No knock. Just silence. And then something slid under the door. A folded scrap of paper. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There was one word on it. Tomorrow. I didn't open the door. Didn't move. Just sat there with the paper in my lap like it was radioactive. The next morning, I found another baby tooth. This time in the fridge, on top of my eggs. Same handwriting scratched into it. Sophie. I called the number the mom had given me. This time, it rang. She picked up on the 3rd try. Sounded tired, shaky. I didn't give her a chance to talk first. I said, "What did you give it?" She didn't say anything. I asked again, "What did you give it to make it stop?" She finally answered, "I didn't give it anything." There was a pause. Her grandmother did, a long time ago, before I was born. I asked, "What is it?" Another pause, longer this time. Then, "It's old." That was all she gave me. Then she said, "Sophie's safe, that's all that matters," and hung up. I stared at the phone like I expected it to ring again. It didn't. I didn't go outside that day. Didn't check the mail. Didn't eat. I kept trying to feel the tooth with my tongue and kept stopping myself, like poking it would invite something to finally pull it loose. Around 6 p.m., the power went out. Not the whole building. Just my apartment. I could see lights on through the window, could hear someone's TV upstairs. But mine, dead. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand, waiting for the sun to fully disappear. When it did, the apartment got heavy. Air thicker, warmer, almost humid. Like something breathing slow in the corner of the room. I turned on the flashlight, shined it under the couch. Nothing. Under the table. Nothing. Then the light flickered. Not out, just dimmed, like the batteries were draining too fast. And I felt it again. The voice. Not loud, not in my ears. In my chest. Like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. It said, almost. That was it. Just that one word. I didn't sleep. I waited. At midnight, the lights came back on. TV turned on by itself, volume low, playing something static and slow, like an old cartoon warped on tape. I turned it off. Then I opened my mouth in the mirror. The molar was gone. No blood. No gap. Just smooth gum, already healed over. Like it had never been there. I opened my hands. I was holding the tooth. Not sure when I picked it up. Not sure where it came from. I set it down on the counter, walked back to the couch, and sat, and waited for the knock. It came at exactly 3:15. Soft. Just one. I didn't move, didn't speak. But the door opened anyway. Slow. Careful. And something stepped inside. It stepped inside like it had done it before. Not fast, not loud. Just one foot, then the other, like it already knew the layout of the room. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just watched. I can't tell you what it looked like, not exactly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clothes. It wasn't a shape, more like a fold in the dark, a gap between the light and the floor. Something that didn't make sense, but didn't need to. The only thing I could really see, the only thing I remember clearly was the hand. It held out a jar. Glass, familiar, heavy. My name scratched into the bottom. The tooth inside. Just one. Mine. I didn't take it. It didn't offer it. It just stood there holding it, like a reminder, like a receipt. And then it set the jar down on the table, turned toward the hallway, and walked into my bedroom. No sound. No weight. But I felt it. The whole apartment shifted slightly, like it was no longer mine. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When I finally went to my room, it was empty. No footprints. No signs of anything disturbed. But I knew it had been there. I could feel it in the floorboards, in the sheets, in the way the bed didn't creak when I sat on it, like it had already adjusted to something else sleeping there. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No jars. No teeth. No breathing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because I knew this wasn't about what was there. It was about what had been taken. The jar stayed on my table for 2 more days. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away. I just let it sit there, watching. On the 3rd morning, it was gone. No sound. No door opening. Just gone. Like it had finished something. And me? I started eating again. Started sleeping. I even went back to work. Life didn't go back to normal, exactly, but it picked itself up. I checked my mouth in the mirror once a day for a week. No changes, no new aches, no missing pieces. My teeth felt like mine again. I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes. Not from noise. Just alert. Like my body remembers. But there's never anyone there. I haven't heard from the family. No texts. No calls. No more offers. Sophie's number is disconnected. The last time I walked past that house, the windows were empty. No lights, no car. Just a for sale sign leaning sideways in the yard. I didn't stop, didn't even slow down, because I finally understood what happened. That thing, it wasn't just haunting her. It wasn't following me. It was being fed. Not blood, not bodies, just a tooth. Just one small piece of someone, freely given or quietly taken. A token. And once it had it, once your name was marked and the jar was full, it didn't need anything else. It didn't want more. It just wanted to keep what it collected. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't violent. It was patient. Old. Hungry in a way that didn't mean pain, just presence. It wanted a place at the table, a space in the wall, a whisper in the dark. And now it has that. I still have dreams. Sometimes I'm back in Sophie's room. Sometimes it's my room, just older, dustier. And under the bed, there's always something breathing. Not scary, not threatening. Just breathing, like it's waiting. And in the dream, I always reach under the bed, and I always find the jar. And inside it, the tooth is gone. But the space is still there, ready for another.